Everyone, and welcome to the Raymore City Council regular meeting for Monday, December the 22nd, 2025. I'll call the meeting to order and ask for the roll call, please.
Councilmember Abdelgawad.
Here.
Councilmember Baker.
Present.
Councilmember Barber.
Present.
Councilmember Burke.
Present.
Councilmember Circo.
Present.
Councilmember Egert, absent. Councilmember Holman.
Present.
Councilmember Mills.
Present.
Mayor Turnbow.
Present. Would you all please rise and join me in a pledge of allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And we do have a couple of items under our presentations and awards this evening, and I will come down to the podium for that. I didn't know if we were doing a proclamation for our certification, recertification. Actually, it's our reaccreditation for the APWA, the American Public Works Association. So, Trent, I'll let you come up here, but we want to congratulate you again for this honor. I mean, it takes a lot of work. I was just talking to my son, who's the street superintendent over at the city of Belton, and he had to put in overtime this weekend to make sure that they got their paperwork in. So I know how much work that goes into that. So congratulations on that. I know you have a team of people here that you'd like to recognize. So I'll turn it over to you, sir.
So actually the regional director for APWA is here, and we were going to have him say a couple words about our reaccreditation. And I do appreciate all the public works staff for coming out and supporting us tonight. So I will turn it over to him.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Turnbow, you may not remember this because I barely do, but many moons ago, I worked at the city of Raytown about the same time you were police chief. I almost said that I knew you in your former life as a police chief, but I figured that would need some quantification, that it wasn't on the business end. We were co-workers, but thank you guys for allowing me a few minutes to speak in front of you tonight to celebrate this achievement. Reaccreditation is difficult, but that's why we do it. It goes to prove that in one of the fastest growing communities in not only the Kansas City metropolitan area, but the Midwest, like Raymore is, that sometimes city resources get stressed whenever they start growing. But this reaccreditation proves that not only is the city of Raymore doing things right, but so is the Public Works Department. There's roughly 30,000 public works departments across the United States, of which 276 have achieved accreditation, less than 1%. So take that in for a second. I do have a few words here I'd like to say, though. Accreditation is a mark of professionalism indicating a public works agency has made a commitment to continuous improvement in the delivery of public works operations and services in the community it serves. Accreditation recognizes an agency's policies, procedures, and practices which have been evaluated against nationally recognized management practices determined to be appropriate for that specific agency. A team of evaluators consisting of experienced public works professionals from other accredited agencies from Washington and Utah reviewed 120 practices to confirm the department's compliance with internationally recognized management practices applicable to the agency's operations and responsibilities. I'm proud to report that the department achieved 100% in full compliance with all applicable practices. Additionally, there were 2 model practices that were identified. Model practices are documentation that the evaluators have identified as outstanding and worthy for other applicants and accredited agencies to use as future examples with their accreditation practices. Following the team's recommendation, the Accreditation Council for APWA granted full accreditation to the City of Raymore, Missouri Public Works Department. So at this time, I would like to recognize and congratulate Director Trent Salisbury and specifically Ashley Tucker for being the accreditation manager. that is the person that goes to every department to make sure that they get all of their paperwork in. We also like to call it the chief cat herder. So they're the ones that do all that. But so let's bring it together for Trent and his group.
Everybody, Public Works, please go to the front and squeeze in like you love each other.
Okay, we have to squeeze in, guys.
Closer.
Closer. Okay. All right, look at me first. 1, 2, 3. All right. Thank you.
Well, now that I've been aged there with those remarks, we'll move on to the second part of our presentations and awards tonight. I think Lori Crandall from the Public Works Department will be speaking on Municipal Separate Storm Sewer System Annual Report. Is Lori coming? There she is.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to present this annual report, at least the outline of it. It's way too long to present the whole thing, so. Our DNR MS4 report permit, and I'm going to try to make that the last time I use acronyms, but the DNR loves their acronyms. It contains 6 minimum control measures, which are basically just mandatory actions to control stormwater pollution. And I'm going to dive right into these. 1 and 2 are combined because they're very similar. It's public education and outreach and public participation. So basically, we implement a public education program to inform the public about the impacts of stormwater discharges and the steps the public can take to reduce pollutants. We do this by distributing education materials, we have outreach activities, and provide opportunities for public participation. A few of the things that we do with this are articles in the Ray Moore Review. Melissa Harmer does those, I don't do them. We have a kiosk out there. It has educational coloring activity books for children. We have an annual stream cleanup event and annual household hazardous waste events, which are pretty popular. We also have several places on the website, but on the stormwater page, there's a report a concern link, and people can report their concerns, ask for help about any kind of stormwater issues, and I frequently go to people's homes and visit with them at their request to help them with some issues they have or just information. Number 3, the third minimum control measure, is illicit discharge detection and elimination. Illicit discharge, it's a lot of things, but a few of them are household hazardous waste, leaf, grass clippings, disposal, stuff like that, detergents, trash, litter, vehicle fluids, pet waste, sump pump discharges. Those are all examples of illicit discharge. We have numerous codes in place to help us deal with this, tracking, detecting them, removing them, and enforcement for people that do them or continually do them. We also inspect 12% of all of our outfalls each year. I think right now we have like 569 outfalls, and every month more are added. So we inspect 12% of them, and 25% of our priority areas. Priority areas are areas that have a potential for pollution to leave their sites, their businesses, usually maybe car washes or oil change places, stuff like that. Number 4 is construction site stormwater runoff control. And this is part of our program to reduce pollutants in stormwater runoff from construction activity. So this is prior to the construction going on and while the construction's going on. So once again, numerous codes in place that help us enforce and regulate this. We do a pre-construction plan review on all plans. And, we look for drainage, what their erosion control phasing is, just different things along those lines. There's a pre-construction plan review to make sure the site is balanced before and after. We also do erosion control inspections before, during, and after construction. After any time there's a rain event of more than a ½ inch, we go out and inspect the sites. We issued land disturbance permits. Everybody's required to have a land disturbance permit. It has a DNR and floodplain information on it if that's applicable. It also, one of the very helpful things, it has the person who is completely responsible for that site. If anything leaves that site, that's the person I can go after. There's also $100 or $1,000 per acre deposit on that. It's kind of an incentive to do what you're supposed to do. All builders must also take an online erosion control certification. It basically is just a little course with a certification that spells out what we expect, what violations are, and the enforcement of those violations. So they can't say they didn't know what they were expected to do. Number 5 is post-construction stormwater management. So this part of the program addresses the quality of long-term stormwater runoff from new development and ensures that the controls that were put in place during the construction and were designed and implemented continue to work. We have maintenance bonds and agreements that go along with this, inspections of best management practices. Best management practices are usually things like detention basins, vegetated swales, sometimes rain gardens, plantings, buffers around water bodies, stuff like that. So we continue to inspect them to make sure they're working properly. Or also have yearly inspections and or owner maintenance inspection reports. Number 6 is pollution prevention / good housekeeping. And this basically says we don't do anything and we don't ask people to do anything that we're not doing ourselves in our own facilities. So this is the goal of this is to prevent or reduce pollutant runoffs from municipal operations and facilities. Mostly on this, I concentrate on parks and public works operations because they have the most potential for some sort of pollutant. Snow and salt operations, fueling, street sweeping, fertilizers, stuff like that. Equipment washing has the potential to leave the site, and we don't want that to happen. Each facility, even City Hall, the RAC, Centerview, they all have I was getting ready to say SWIP, that is an acronym, but it's a pollution plan. It outlines what kind of pollutants might be housed at those sites, and it gives SOPs on how to control those pollutants, make sure they don't leave, what to happen if something does happen, a spill, something like that. We also, part of that program is educating the employees on the proper storage, proper techniques, like street sweeping, stuff like that. We discard that material in a specific way. We just don't dump it anywhere. And of course, there are facility inspections that go along in that program, at least yearly, but often much more times than that. So that is, in a nutshell, the report. Thank you for the opportunity to present it.
Thank you, Lori. I have a couple of questions.
Sure.
Well, one of them is, with regard to your presentation tonight, I know this was a part of a requirement that we have been talked about in the past for notification not only to the electeds here in the dais, but also to the community. Will there be any follow-up information provided in the Raymore review with regard to the things that folks have to watch out for under the 6 items you mentioned here this evening?
Melissa, she always asks me what kind of stuff that I would like to see in there, what kind of message you're trying to get out to the public. And I could definitely, that might be a good article to have.
Yeah, I think, you gave us so much great information this evening. I think it would be an opportunity for us to also provide it to our community. That way they can share in some of the precautions that we're hoping that they'll take
Yeah, that,
to minimize
absolutely.
the pollution. Okay.
Yeah.
Anybody else have any questions? Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
With that, we'll move on to staff reports. Mr. Fearborn.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would ask Mr. Salisbury to make a report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fearborn. I'd like to say thank you to Ms. Crandall and Director Stogsdill for making time for us this evening. I really appreciate that. We do not have any capital projects currently going. We have moved into winter and we are preparing for next year, but we have wrapped up all of our 25 projects. Same on the development side. I think we have 9 active developments or so, and all of those are nearing acceptance, so those will be coming to you relatively soon. And so really right now, the Public Works Department is turning our attention to next construction season and getting all of our projects ready. So that concludes my staff report, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Anybody have any questions of Public Works? All right, thank you. Mr. Fearborn.
Thank you, Mr. Salisbury. I'd ask Mr. Mustine to make a report for Parks and Recreation.
Thank you, sir. Mayor, members of the council, I submitted a written report. First of all, I'd like to thank those of you who attended our mayor's tree lighting earlier this December. We had great weather, great attendance. It was a largely attended event, so we're pleased to offer that to the community. As far as what is going on in parks, we are using this opportunity, what we call kind of the winter slowdown, where sports takes a little break while we have our Christmas holidays and programs settle in, but the walk-ins at the rack crank up quite a bit. So the rack has been very busy with just open play basketball, walking, things like that folks come to use it for. So it's a great facility to be able to host those. We're also using this time to prepare a lot of the bid specs for our upcoming projects that will be rolling out for the RFP season here in January. And then as far as the basketball goes, we are taking a break from our youth basketball leagues, but I do want to commend my staff, Nick Cook, our athletic coordinator, and Todd Brennan, our recreation superintendent. Our basketball league has, I put it in our report, 559 athletes in our programs right now, and that's from kindergarten all the way through 9th grade. That's over 100 athletes more than our sister cities that we share play games with. We're really doing some good things, and it feels like our parents, our families just appreciate what we're providing, the service that we give them, the facilities, and sharing with the school districts. So I think our programs are showing with the registration numbers. So just congratulations to Nick and Todd for hard work on that. And then finally, the announcement of the ice rink. We are ready, and we're going to break some record heating hot temperatures tomorrow. So probably not going to skate anytime soon. But when Mother Nature decides to get cold, we're ready to go. We got the hours all posted. We'll have some special events to draw some folks out. You can rent it privately. You can rent it now if you want and just look at it and enjoy the rest of the park. We'll take your money for that. But we're ready to go, so we'll just wait on the weather to get cold. And with that concludes my staff report. Happy to answer any questions.
Anybody have any questions? I was just going to say something real quick. Mr. Mustine, thank you so much for the quality of the program. Give them kudos on a basketball program. Having a grandson in the program, I had an opportunity to be down at the rack quite a bit. It's very organized. The refereeing is quality refereeing, and the coaches are top-notch that have volunteered to help with these kids. I mean, it really is a great program. I'm not sure you're given enough appreciation for that, because the quality control on that's phenomenal.
Well, I
It's a nice
do
facility.
like that our park board chair is one of our coaches, so it puts a little pressure on those guys to make me look good, so
you
that
go.
helps out as well.
Mr. Circa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, two things about the basketball, the programs. I know we do a large attendance compared to other competitors in the Cass County in the South. And I got some great grandkids, a number of them, and they're all in sports, but a lot of them come up here to be active in a lot of that sports because of how well you do your plans, how well we do that up here, and we draw the kids from all around the county, which is good. That's a plus, what I see that you guys do. And the Christmas tree lighting. It was a really busy night. It wasn't that bad on the weather, and it went out really without a hitch. I know when they went to tree, you all cross your fingers when they're ready to hit the switch on the tree, but it worked fine.
One
It
of the
worked
most
fine.
nerve-wracking 10 seconds of the year, right there.
But it was good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Thank you,
sir.
Nathan. Mr. Fearborn.
Thank you, sir. I would also add, Mr. Mustine is now the proud father of Great Lakes Naval Station graduate. Starting out, our mayor actually graduated from that exact same naval
We won't say
station.
when I
a
went
few
through
years-
that boot
Since you've
camp,
already
yeah.
had it put to you
Whatever.
tonight, sir.
I've
we
already
won't
been
go there.
aged once tonight.
But yeah, we all got to enjoy that particular graduation. I know Mr. Mustine's very proud of his son now at his first assignment. I would ask Ms. Harmer to make a report for communications.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I thought that I would take the opportunity at the end, as we wrap up the year, to share some numbers that I think are impressive from multiple departments throughout the year. And if you don't remember them, it's okay. You'll see them in the winter-spring issue of the review in your mailbox in mid-January. Our Public Works Department replaced 22,960 linear feet of curb on the annual curb replacement project through engineering. The annual street preservation brought us 18 lane miles of streets that were milled and overlaid. That is a lot larger than the numbers in previous years, as far as I can remember. We also completed the Ward Road reconstruction, Sunset Lane extension, and Dean Avenue and 195th Street improvements. Raymore Public Works crews used 134 tons of asphalt for 44 street patches. That's also for 2,228 potholes. 2,000 plus feet of Owen Good Force main were replaced. Raymore residents safely disposed of 22,240 pounds of household hazardous waste just at the June 14th mobile collection event at Eagle Glen Elementary. Our residents are also able year-round to take their household hazardous waste to the Lee Summit and Kansas City permanent facilities. 1,246 tons of salt were used for snow events. Moving on to other departments, there's a lot with Public Works. 200 animals were taken in and cared for by Raymore Animal Control. That's 134 dogs, 65 cats, 1 bearded dragon. The Finance Department received the Government Finance Officers Association's Distinguished Budget Presentation Award for the 21st consecutive year and the Award of Financial Achievement for the city's Comprehensive Annual Financial Report for the 14th consecutive year. 5,250 site inspections were done by our 2 building inspections folks. We had 640 code enforcement cases with an 84% voluntary case resolution. We did some park and roadside trail projects, new 10-foot wide concrete trails on Ward Park Trail, Good Parkway Trail North, Madison Street Trail South. We repaired and made bridge improvements and creek bank stabilization at Timber Creek Trail and the Moore Trail on those linear parkway trails. The police department received 100% compliance with Missouri Peace Officer standards and training requirements, and also achieved Blue Shield designation from the Missouri Department of Public Safety. And the communications department published 9 episodes of the podcast, with the most recent one being put out last Thursday. So those are just a few numbers that I thought were really impressive and a good reflection on the year as we wrap things up and look to next year. That concludes my staff report.
Thank you for that, Melissa. Anybody have any questions? Yes, Mr. Holman.
So one that kind of touches you, Melissa, but it's mostly the chief. I just was hoping you would give out, I know it's probably coming later, but it's Christmas season. Would you give just a little bit out on the Shop with a Cop? I ran into him at Walmart the other night, and the numbers are pretty phenomenal.
So last Wednesday, excuse me, several of our officers and peculiar officers took 60 children to Walmart to shop for the evening. It was a long evening. We started at 5:30 and we didn't get done until 10 o'clock. There was a couple parents that were just a little bit upset that it went so long. But when you have 60 kids, and we were 6 officers short this year, so we were really busy. The kids had a great time. I don't know if you've seen some of the social media. We had a lot of folks from the distribution center come in and help volunteer and wrap. Also city employees and our dispatchers came in and wrapped. We even had a Miss Columbia, Missouri came in and walked around with the kids with her crown. So it was a good evening.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Okay. Thanks, Melissa. Thanks, Chief. Mr. Fearborn?
Thank you, Ms. Harmer. I would ask Chief to make an impromptu presentation tonight.
Many of you have seen the call for service that Belton had on Friday. We did send personnel over there to assist them upon the initial response, completion of the initial response. Our officers were just stayed in their city for calls for service to assist them so they could focus in on their incident, and we would just take the normal calls for the evening. And I think that many agencies was helping them as well. So I just wanted to pass that along. I know that several of you had seen social media, and Belton was very busy last Friday evening.
Yep. Thanks, Chief. Anyone have any questions of the chief? All right. Any other reports? Mr. Fearborn?
Just to wrap up, reminder to the council that next Monday is the 5th Monday of the month. In keeping with your tradition, we will not have a meeting on the Monday between Christmas and New Year's, which is probably a pretty good idea. On January 5th, the following first Monday, there will be a work session. Currently, one item on the agenda. It is a joint meeting with the Planning and Zoning Commission to give the final draft of the ordinance for development standards and non-monotony standards.
Great.
Discuss those with you all, get final input. That concludes staff reports tonight, sir.
Thank you, sir. Any questions of Mr. Fearborn? All right, we'll move right along. We'll move along to the consent agenda, which is the next item on the agenda. Just 2 items on there tonight. I'd entertain a motion to dispose of the consent agenda either in portions or all.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Abdelgawad.
I move that we approve the consent agenda, including item A, City Council meeting minutes from December 8th, 2025, and item B, Southtown Storage East, acceptance of public infrastructure.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Yes, sir. I'll second the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Holman. Motion's been made and seconded to approve the consent agenda. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion? Motion carries unanimously, 7-0. Thank you. We'll now move on to unfinished business. Could I please have the second reading of Bill 4001 by title only?
The second reading of Bill 4001 by title only. An ordinance of the City of Raymore, Missouri, amending the zoning map from R1 Single Family Residential District to RE Rural State District for the property located at 1012 South Madison Street in Raymore, Cass County, Missouri.
Thank you, ma'am. If there's no further comments or questions, I'd entertain a motion to dispose of this item.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Abdelgawad.
I move that we approve Bill 4001, the rezoning of property at 1012 South Madison Street from R1 to RE.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Holman. Motion's been made and seconded to approve the second reading of Bill 4001. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion? Motion carries unanimously, 7-0. Thank you. Could I please have the second reading of Bill 4003 by title only?
The second reading of Bill 4003 by title only. An ordinance of the City of Raymore, Missouri, authorizing the city manager to enter into a contract with Neil Settle Printing, Inc. for printing services.
Thank you, ma'am. If there's no further questions, I'd entertain a motion to dispose of this item.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Abdul-Gawad?
I move that we approve Bill 4003, award of contract for printing services to Neil Settle Printing.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there a second?
Yes, sir, I'll second the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Holman. Motion's been made and seconded to approve the second reading of Bill 4003. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion? Motion carries unanimously, 7-0. Thank you. And could I please have the second reading of Bill 4004 by title only?
The second reading of Bill 4004 by title only. An ordinance of the City of Raymore, Missouri, authorizing the city manager to enter into a contract with Fast Signs for sign printing services.
Thank you, ma'am. If there's no further questions on this, I'd entertain a motion to dispose of this item.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Abdul-Gawad?
I move that we approve Bill 4004, award of contract for sign printing services to Fast Signs.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there a second?
I will second the motion, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Holman. Motion's been made and seconded to approve the second reading of Bill 4004. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion? Motion carries unanimously, 7-0. Thank you. And the last item under old business, could I please have the second reading of Bill 4005 by title only?
The second reading of Bill 4005 by title only. An ordinance of the City of Raymore, Missouri, calling for and establishing the date of the general municipal election to be held on April 7, 2026.
Thank you. If there are no further questions, I'd entertain a motion to dispose of this item.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Abdul-Gawad?
I move that we approve Bill 4005, calling for the April 7th, 2026 municipal election.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there a second?
Yes, sir, I'll second the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Holman. Motion's been made and seconded to approve the second reading of Bill 4005. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion? Motion carries unanimously, 7-0. Thank you. We'll now move on to new business. And the first item of new business, if you'll remember, we had the first reading 2 weeks ago and carried over the public hearing to this meeting tonight. So I will remind folks that the public hearing is open at this time on this particular item, Bill 4002, and ask for a staff report.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would ask Mr. Gress to begin the staff report on this item.
Thank you, sir. Mayor and council, good evening. As the mayor indicated, the previous meeting, the council voted to continue this item for first reading and the public hearing to tonight's meeting at the request of the applicant. I will note the applicant is here tonight, and they do have a brief presentation following our staff report. The application this evening has been filed by Matt Alvey on behalf of Privaterra Realty Holdings. They have filed a joint rezoning application with the property owner, Good Otis LLC, and they're requesting a rezoning of the property, which is generally described as Tract 12 of the Good Ranch there off of Dean Avenue, south of North Cass Parkway, from its current agricultural zoning district to a BP-P, which is a business park plan district overlay. The purpose of which is intended to accommodate a competitively bid process the applicant is working through for an approximate 330,000 square foot federal records storage facility. And I'll get into more of the details of that request here shortly. As I mentioned, the property is currently zoned agricultural. Surrounding the property to the north is undeveloped C3 regional commercial zoning, which is identified as tracts 1, 9, and 10 of the Good Ranch master plan. To the south is an agricultural zoning district, which is identified as tract 20. This is the Good homestead property south of this project. To the east is additional undeveloped agricultural land, and then to the west would be the PUD warehousing development there with the Raymore Commerce South project. Because it is a rezoning, we did hold a good neighbor meeting for this project back in November, on November 5th. We had about 4 folks that attended that meeting. General questions about the project, really no identifiable concerns that we had to work through to address with the project, and the applicant could probably speak to a little bit more about the questions that were had at that meeting. But as I mentioned, we did hold that on November 5th. A couple of the things I wanted to note about the request, as I mentioned, the applicant's requesting the zoning map amendment in pursuit of a competitively bid project, which is being led by the General Services Administration of the federal government. The purpose of this project that they're responding to is to identify sites that the federal government could lease to consolidate 2 other facilities that they operate in an adjacent community. And so this is one of a couple different sites that developers have chosen to respond to this project. With respect to the zoning district that's been requested, as I mentioned, is it a business park plan district overlay? The purpose for that planned overlay, as the applicant may kind of describe further, there are some unique requirements that are needing to be met because it is the federal government. And so the P district overlay is intended to try to accommodate some of those unique things that you wouldn't typically find in the typical or standard BP zoning district. In general, one of the main things is really site access. In our transportation plan, typically streets have sidewalks on both sides of the street. Currently today, when Dean Avenue was extended, Van Trust built the sidewalk on their side of the road. Due to some of the restrictions for access, the applicant has asked to waive that requirement for sidewalk on Dean Avenue, and instead they've proposed a couple different off-site trail improvements for the city. So in lieu of the pedestrian improvements along Dean, they have proposed to kind of close the gap right now between the North Cass Parkway intersection and further east towards the Prairie View subdivision along Hubach Hill. There's a lack of pedestrian amenities there on the south side of the road, so the applicant has agreed to basically construct the equivalent amount of pedestrian infrastructure where it makes more sense for this project in that area of the city. So that's one of the things that they have proposed to do to kind of help mitigate what they really can't do on this site because of the constraints of the project somewhere else in this general area. A couple of the other things that you'll see in the MOU for the project, the business plan, or the business park district, the planned overlay allows staff to essentially restrict certain uses that you would find in a business park zoning district. So think auto sales or auto repair, things that would typically be allowed. Because of the unique nature of this project, we felt that, A, the building may not be able to support those, and if they could, those types of businesses and uses may not be appropriate for this area given the unique nature of the project. One of the things that I wanted to point out before I get into the findings, as I mentioned, this is a competitively bid project, Part A, and the city's also proposing kind of a custom zoning district to respond to the needs of the project. So the one thing that you'll see that we haven't typically done before, the actual ordinance that's in front of you all is actually being proposed as a conditional approval. And so there's language in the MOU and the actual ordinance that the effectiveness of this zoning map amendment only goes into place if the site in Raymore is awarded the project. And so there's some timeframe stipulations of when we expect to hear that, hopefully award back from the applicant. If the project is not successful in Raymore, the site will retain its agricultural zoning as if nothing were amended. And so we're hopeful that we'll win this project, and the applicant can kind of speak to some of the stuff that they have worked on throughout the planning phase. But as you can see, staff did submit their staff proposed findings of fact, and at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, the commission did vote to accept those findings of fact and forward this case to you all with a recommendation of approval. I'm happy to answer any questions, and as I mentioned, the applicant is here this evening. I think they have a short presentation for you all, and I'm sure they're happy to answer any questions as well.
Okay. Well, if you'd like, unless somebody has a burning question right now for staff, we'll go on to the presentation by the applicant. That's okay.
And while they're coming up, I will take control of your screens, hopefully this time, and get their presentation broadcasted to you all.
Okay.
Mayor Turnbow, council members, my name is Matt Alvey on behalf of Tony Privatera and Privatera Realty Holdings. Just want to take a quick few minutes here to kind of talk about what Mr. Grass has already explained. So it's a federal records storage facility. It's for the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services. It is only storage of records, so no adjudication, nothing like that is going on here. It's just consolidating and really updating the storage facility that already exists just north of here. We do expect this to be a 20-year lease at a minimum for the 310,000, 330,000 square foot building. Roughly 208 people on site every day, 2 shifts of 191, and then a couple of extra stragglers that come and go. The team that's building this and the team that's kind of behind it is all local here to Kansas City. So Privatera Realty Holdings, the GC, J.E. Dunn, and then the architectural and engineering teams are all local as well. So if we go forward one slide here, it will all fit on the 66 acres that are being proposed to be rezoned here. There is a bit of an office space, roughly 53,000, but really the majority of this is the storage, the record storage facility here. The government has indicated that they do want to expand and double the entire footprint of the building, so that's what you see there in red. Again, the site can hold that entire expansion possibility. And it's, we did ask for some modifications to where the sidewalks are because the government does say that this is something that needs to be secured. So if you slide forward one slide, it will look like a wrought iron fence surrounding at least everything on the Dean Avenue side of the street with controlled access in and out. Again, that's not really to keep, you know, good folks in, bad folks out, or anything like that. It's really just the government trying to protect the records that are inside the facility there. But the facility itself, if you go through one more slide here, is all about a storage facility. It's kind of a robotic, state-of-the-art system that handles everything for folks looking to immigrate to this country for the next 100 years or so. So with that, I'll hold for any questions either for myself or Mr. Privatera.
Thank you, Matt. Anybody have any questions for Mr. Alvey? Anyone? Okay, thank you. All right. Anything else, Mr. Gress?
Just a
From
couple
your end?
kind of next steps, you know, assuming that this ordinance is approved. Within the MOU, you'll see the intent of this is to set up the kind of the framework for how their project can progress in the city if it is awarded. So if the rezoning is approved, their next step would be a final plat to formally subdivide the property, and then they would be required to come back through the process for a final site plan. What you see before you this evening is kind of the conceptual layout that they have working for the project. And so if they do move forward, that's kind of the basis for what staff will review if they do move back through the process for a site plan application.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any questions of staff? Mr. Baker? Oh. Who? I have one. Oh. Doesn't matter. Go ahead, Jay.
So you mentioned timeline for potential award of the contract from the federal government. Do we know when that date is or would be?
The applicant has shared some general timeframes. It's the federal government, so kind of a hurry up and wait. I know they have mentioned that by September of next year, we should have a good idea whether or not Raymore has been awarded the project. And then the timeline from that, I think from their presentation, would be the building would be expected to be complete by 2029 on site.
Thank you.
Mr. Baker?
A few questions here. I guess the first concern I had upon reviewing it, I was at the Good Neighbor meeting. Traffic is a concern at Dean and North Cass now. We are, I guess my first question would be is, when was the last traffic study done? What did it include? And have we thought about where we're at now with 2.5 warehouses, soon to be the other half of the third one full with the traffic issue, with 5 to be built to the south and that being the only access to the highway? Would this additional 9th warehouse, what impact will that have on that area of town and potential development in the pork chop?
So the last traffic study that the city did was a comprehensive study. It was tied in with 58 Highway, Dean Avenue, specifically down to this intersection. And for the most part, that's been the document that we review when we get new projects in, right? And so there were limited recommendations on future improvements to the North Cass Parkway interchange. It was built to handle development around it. As the council knows, we funded this year an additional turn signal to make that a dual left turn coming out of the Commerce Center development and the surrounding area. Since that traffic study, we have also opened up recently the connection to 195th, better improvement of circulation up Dean Avenue and the outer road. And we've coordinated all those reviews with MoDOT so they kind of understand the impact of where our right-of-way ends at the signal and how that relates to what access modifications or improvements would be needed for the future development of Tract 1. At this point, based on our review, that area can handle this amount of traffic. What we've done with this project, obviously we won't know, there are some details that we'll still have to get with the site plan review. And so in the MOU, you'll see that if, based on a review of that traffic study, when we get it for their site plan, if there's any additional turn lanes along Dean Avenue that need to be made to accommodate turns in and out of this development, the applicant has acknowledged that that will be their responsibility to take on if it's warranted. I don't know if that answers your question or if there's other information you were
Well,
still
I,
looking for.
I do think that I mean, that just says more to Dean, and that intersection will continually be a full, I mean, with the numbers tonight, 280 people, 190 per shift. I mean, we see what 4:30 in the afternoon looks like out there, and part of the reason why we're adding 40,000 for the second stoplight. My concern is just the highway access to trucks. So what are we going to mix in coming down Dean? And both those entrances to the new warehouse are right near where traffic is backing up at. So again, I think people that have seen that area, people have called me, have a concern for the additional bottleneck. Second question, in the facts of finding, and I did find it interesting, that to grow the tax base with sustainable and well-paying jobs, what was the criteria to utilize that terminology versus, are these going to be better paying jobs than other warehouses, or is this something that, I mean, what justifies a better paying job?
I mean, I don't know the basis for what, what somebody thinks is well-paying is kind of subjective from the next. I think the language in the findings of fact was just from one of the overarching goals in the comprehensive plan to attract generally primary employment to the city. So that wasn't necessarily to compare, the wages that are paid somewhere else in the city to this. I know with respect to this project, it was noted that these are predominantly is going to be a mix of office jobs, which is not the focal point necessarily of the other developments in this area. So that distinction between what typically is a well-paying office job that kind of complements the other types of jobs that are in that Commerce Center area and around it, that was kind of staff's justification for using that as a, meeting one of the goals of the comprehensive plan.
Okay, and two more, I'm almost done. So the other fact of finding, number 6, the extent which the zoning amendment may detrimentally affect nearby property. I know that you originally talked about this as agriculture going to an RPP or BPP. Originally, in the 2045 plan, we just got done writing that this was zoned for multifamily housing or high-density housing, the particular part of the land where the warehouse is going to be. And then to the east of that, between that and Prairie View, would be single-family housing. So I guess my concern for findings of fact number 6, that if we allow the warehouse to go there, and then, the natural flow through our UDC, and we've talked about it on other developments in Ward 1, that you have to have buffers of different types of housing. You don't go warehouse to single family side by side. So my concern would be that we're changing the blueprint and that we just got done with, but if we put a warehouse there, then our next plan is we're going to go single family housing across the creek. Is that going to be desirable, and would that be detrimental to that property area and to the people in Prairie View that are building or that have already built or still continuing to build that? I just, with fact of finding 6, I think there should be some discussion to that and how we feel that's going to affect it.
Yeah, great question. So to your first point about the Good Ranch Master Plan and the 2045 plan, so this area of the city is one of the only ones that's governed by what I'll call a separate planning document. The city's future land use map governs every other development and property in the city, but when this particular property was annexed, it came with the adoption of a master land use plan. So when we adopted the comprehensive plan, part of that was not to, we did not change any of the zoning necessarily within the future land use plan for the Good Ranch plan, and that's simply because it is already governed by a third, separate document by the city. So to go through that process, it does involve more conversations with the land ownership of that overall area. And at the time we went through the comprehensive plan, there was no real concerns about changing any of those designations at the time. As you mentioned, though, track 12 of the Good Ranch originally did set, which is this area, did identify it as appropriate for high-density residential. As the Commerce Center built out, we just kind of asked ourselves, is that the area that's still appropriate for multifamily? Is this where people would want to live? And through our conversations with the ownership, it was determined that that wasn't a land use that they themselves wanted to pursue or try to develop on this property. And so a couple things about this property made it attractive for the landowner and the applicant to pursue with respect to your last question, which is the surrounding development. So this particular parcel is separated by a creek with a pretty heavily wooded buffer around it. The way this particular site was laid out, in comparison to maybe other ways that other developments could have laid it out, it is kind of long and narrow, which follows the shape of the tract of land, so it allows the opportunity to preserve that creek and not really do anything around it, which isn't necessarily a development requirement. It's just, it really fits in with the layout of the applicant's site. So our position, and even talking with Good Otis, who, developed Prairie View and all the subdivisions in the Good Ranch, preserving that creek and that streamway was the natural buffer between this area development and what they have kind of identified as future single-family subdivisions. So it wasn't a concern that we identified with either the landowner or the applicant. There were some concerns more about noise, it seemed like, from the highway during the Good Neighbor meeting. Typically we use those to understand, is the buffer enough, or are there other things that the residents want to see? And we didn't really come out of that meeting thinking there was additional items that needed to be looked at. So we thought that the existing buffer was sufficient for that area.
And is there any special requirements by the government of lighting in this type of facility that, obviously like in Whitetail, you sit on the back porch, on the west side, you see the warehouses, you see the lights, the one that's built. Is there any additional lighting? Would that all have to fall within our parameters, or we, because of the special designation, if they require more lighting because it's a secured government facility, how would that come into play?
Yeah, so they didn't ask for any deviations from the lighting requirements. That's part of the site plan review, so not any information that we've required at this point. So there's no exemptions from the city's lighting requirements for site lighting. Primarily that's to prevent light pollution from spilling over. In areas like this, it becomes challenging along Dean Avenue because you have street lights that spill over both ways. So part of their site plan review, when they do go forward, they'll be doing a photometric site plan to ensure that light isn't leaving the site, other than kind of the ambient glow that you typically see from site lighting. But to answer your question, they have not asked for any exemptions from the city's site
Okay,
plan
last
standards.
one. On page 103 of our packet, it's in the memorandum of understanding, page 12 of that particular document, for signage, and I'm just trying to understand. It says subdivision entrance markers are permitted for the development along 195th Street. A street easement shall be provided for each proposed sign. Sign shall be in compliance with Chapter 435 of the UDC. What does it mean subdivision entrance markers are permitted for the development along 195th Street?
So this was, it looks like that actually should be Dean Avenue. This was a carryover of some language from the Commerce Center development down on the south end of this site. And so subdivision entrance markers would be similar to, as you drive down Dean Avenue, you can see the Raymore Commerce Center monument signs that have the tenants that are in those buildings. So as part of this, the federal government may not want them, but they are permitted to have those monument entrance signs to say it's the federal government, whatever the name of this facility ends up being. So I'll make a note to correct that to Dean Avenue.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you for
Okay.
your time.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? All right, well, the public hearing is open at this time. If anyone from the public would care to address the council on this particular topic, please step forward, state your name and address for the record, and try to keep your comments to 5 minutes or less. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mayor, thank you. Thank you, council, for the time. My name's Josh McDonald. I'm at 1400 Haystack. I'm a resident of Ward 1. Live near this intersection, which impacts our travel routes daily. And understand that your role can be challenging and includes complex decision-making in many of the decisions that happen. I appreciate your service to the city, ability for public comment tonight. Regarding the development in City of Raymore Blueprint 2045, adopted just May of this year by this existing council, in my opinion, there are several aspects of this plan that should affect all rezoning considerations, including transportation and connectivity framework, which is included in this blueprint, that has been outlined and anticipated related traffic congestion and flow caused by additional development of this type. However, I'd like to focus on a couple simple items tonight. In the introduction of Blueprint 2045, in 1.1, Comprehensive Plan Overview states on page 2, the comprehensive plan is the legal foundation that legitimizes local development regulations. Ideally, the local comprehensive plan is a primary guide not only for updates to development regulations, but also for the creation of capital improvement plans, end quote. Additionally, in 1.2 of that same section, significance of the plan, quote, this plan will serve as a guiding principles in the future decision making related to city policies, projects, programs, initiatives, particularly those that impact land use, development, capital projects, and the overall built environment. In Image of the City, Goal 4 strategies included in this blueprint states compatible growth, support new development that is aligned with the priorities of the city, which some of these were stated above, and, quote, ensure development and land use changes that are compatible with existing and adjacent development. Given the information and location shared to date, I do not believe this development aligns with the outline approved and agreed upon by this council in the Blueprint 2045. I ask this council to consider a blueprint that you passed and the impact of existing residents and developments. Taking accountability and responsibility is the least we can do for our residents of Raymore. Thank you for time and consideration of my comments.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? All right, thank you. We'll close the public hearing at this time. Are there any additional questions of staff? Yes, Ms. Abdelgawad.
I just have a quick question, addressing some of the concerns about the traffic in the area. And David, I don't know if you would have the exact answer to this, but just generally, if this was a multifamily development as proposed in the plan, how would the traffic be different than for this proposed development? It seems to me that a multifamily housing would probably bring more than 208 people to that area per day. The traffic would be, maybe spread out more during the day, but how big would that multifamily housing development, how big would it have been, and how would that traffic compare?
Yeah, that's a good question. So this site is 66 acres plus or minus. The bulk of our comparable multifamily communities are significantly less than that, with anywhere from 200 to 400 units on them, right? Generally two to three people per household. So the numbers we feel would be drastically higher. That's assuming that the whole 60 acres would be an apartment complex, right? And then to your point, I would agree that the traffic patterns would be maybe greater, but they would be more dispersed throughout the day as people come and go. You see a lot of peak traffic in the mornings as families are coming and going to work and coming home. And so with this project, while it is a much larger site and a bigger footprint of a building, the traffic generally would appear to be a little bit lower, especially throughout the entirety of the day. They have mentioned, during the beginning of the project, if it does move forward, there'll be a lot of work to get the records from the other two facilities here. So it is expected that we'll see kind of an uptick in traffic while that is going on. But from our conversations with the applicant, it sounds like the expectation is that will taper down pretty significantly once the records are here and transported from the existing facilities.
Okay. Yep.
One additional question, please. Do we have any idea what the shift hours might possibly be at this facility and how that might compare to the other facilities that are creating all of the traffic around there now?
Yeah, so at the Good Neighbor meeting, the question was asked if this would be a 24-hour facility, and it was kind of a yes, but so that the working hours will be pretty typical, 9 to 5. There will be a few folks that are here 24 hours. As the applicant mentioned, when the federal government needs a record, they need the record, and so there will always be somebody in this building to respond to that. But in terms of day traffic or workers of the facility, it would be pretty typical 9 to 5 job is what we've understood.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have any questions? If there are no further questions, I'd entertain a motion to dispose of this item.
Mr. Mayor,
Mrs. Abdelgawad.
I move that we approve Bill 4002, the Good Ranch Tract 12 Federal Record Storage Facility rezoning from A to BPP.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Holman. Motion's been made and seconded to approve the first reading of Bill 4002. Any further discussion? Ms. Abdelgawad.
Thank you, sir. Just a quick comment. One of my concerns when I first started looking at this was, what if we rezone this and then we don't get this contract, and then that's open for what? What could move in that maybe wouldn't be quite so desirable. So I was happy to hear from staff that this is contingent upon this contract, and if we don't get this contract then, or if the developer doesn't get this contract, then it will remain agricultural. So good move, staff.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Mills.
The concept of the project looks great. I mean, it seems like it would provide, the kind of jobs and it's a government project. My big concern, again, is the ink is just barely dry on our comprehensive plan, and I think for us to make this big of a change so quickly is probably not prudent. It's probably this project is a great project, but I don't know if this is the site and the location, in my opinion, and not just my opinion, but we've had residents and a lot of people put their input into that comprehensive plan. And I think, this early in the game, we need to stick with our plan as much as possible.
Mr. Burke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question for staff. Is it, the original zoning, hasn't it been in place since like 93 or something?
So the it was zoned agricultural when it was annexed into the city, so yes. The future land use plan for the Good Ranch is what identifies it as appropriate for high-density residential. The city hasn't taken any applications to zone it as that, though, at this point. This would be the first zoning application generally that we have received for the property.
30-something years that nobody's been interested in it at all.
Correct.
Yeah.
Mr. Holman.
Well, I recognize the concerns about not exactly aligning with specifically what is in the plan, a land use plan. The fact is a plan is just that. It's just a plan. It doesn't mean that that's what will go in there. It's what we estimate may go in there. Plans change, and they are definitely subject to what the landowner will allow to go in there, or whether they'll sell their property for specific uses, whether private entities of that type or any type have interest in the land. It's a private transaction that just requires governmental oversight.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? If there's no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion? I have 5 yes, opposed? 2 no. Motion carries 5-2. Thank you. Now move on to item B. Could I please have the first reading of Bill 3992 by title only?
The first reading of Bill 3992 by title only. An ordinance of the City of Raymore, Missouri, authorizing the taxable industrial development revenue bonds, residences at Timber Trails Project, Series 2025, related to an industrial development project in the city, and authorizing the city to enter into certain agreements and take certain other actions.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there a staff report?
Thank you, sir. I would ask Ms. Lee to begin the staff report on this agenda item.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The first request before you this evening is the request of approval for Chapter 100 bonds for the residents at Timber Trails, now known as Iconic, for a 300-unit multifamily residential development. The agreement that allows these Chapter 100 bonds was approved in 2023. Ms. Sarah Granath with Gilmore & Bell is here, and also the developer, Mr. Jake Lovelace, Mr. Matt Tapp with Griffin Riley, and also their attorney, Mr. Ben Bingham with Pulcinelli. And at this time, I would like to invite Ms. Granath up to the podium to give a report.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's nice to see you all again. As Ms. Lee mentioned, the item before you tonight stems from a Chapter 100 plan that was approved by the council back in August of 2023 for the Timber Trails development. The plan includes 3 components or phases: multifamily, a retail, and a potential hotel phase. Those first 2 phases are before you tonight, and I'll talk first about this multifamily phase, as that is the bill before you right now. So the plan and bond documents call for the construction of approximately 300 Class A multifamily apartment units, including parking stalls, covered parking, a clubhouse, pool, and outdoor amenities. The design standards on these are regulated by the performance agreement that was approved with the plan back in 2023, where it outlines specific, again, design standards, amenities to be included. And I know that Mr. Gress and the applicant and Ms. Lee have been working on that as well to further clarify those items. But those are included in the performance agreement as standards that must be met. The bonds would be for $56,625,000. The development will be on approximately 17 acres, the northwest corner of Dean and Johnston. This bond approval will implement that tax abatement that was approved in the plan for the multifamily portion. And the abatement that would be approved under this would be in 2026. The developer will pay the taxes otherwise due on the site, whether there was abatement or not, just exactly how it exists. In 2027, assuming it's still under construction, the applicant would pay a certain number of dollars per unit times the number of units that have an occupancy permit. And so it's basically at whatever point they're in 2027, they're going to pay for that portion that's constructed. Once construction is complete, but not later than the end of 2027, so starting in 2028 at the latest, they will receive 25 years of abatement. Again, it's calculated as $1 per unit or dollars per door times the number of units that are built. So what's that dollars per door? How do we get to that final number? It has an escalation factor similar to a 2% general assessed valuation increase that we typically project out. But it starts at $1,448 per unit, and it goes up by the end of 25 years to about $1,731 per unit. So again, that's they're estimating about 300 units, and that's how we receive the ultimate pilot that would be paid. A couple other items. They will also, with the approval of bonds, they would receive a sales tax exemption on construction materials, just like many of the Chapter 100 projects that you all have considered in the past. The performance agreement also requires the developer to provide what's termed as a preferred tenant program. And so you may or may not remember back in 2023, but this was something that was really important to the city that got negotiated back then. And it's a $300 credit at the initial application or phase for any tenant that is a Chamber of Commerce member for the Raymore Chamber of Commerce, a first responder, or a public school teacher in the Ray-Pec district. And so those are kind of the basics of the bond documents. It operates just like the other Chapter 100 bond documents that you've considered in the past, where the city takes ownership, company pays a pilot. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Sarah. Anybody have any questions? Mr. Baker.
And I don't know if this is maybe in your purview, but for this particular Chapter 100, I guess my concern is not so much with the Chapter 100, but it's with the pilot structure we have here. This being 25 years, the other two apartment complexes were 23 that we've done this on that had a % pilot through the term. The % increase, from what I understood, using the 2023 cost benefit analysis, because that's what we're using for this, right?
Correct.
Okay, that it was approximately, and I saw 1426, but 1448, but it's reevaluated the growth of the pilot approximately 1.5% every 2 years. Is that?
Yeah, that's what was agreed upon at that time. And it said 1426 in 2023. We applied that one factor growth to get to our 2025 number. That's where we're at 1448 starting now. But yes, the agreed upon increase in 2023 that would be established under the plan that was approved then is 1.5% every 2 years.
The starting point for this one was, when we talk about abatement or the incentive that is being given, that starting point number is actually fully valuing, according to the Cass County Assessor's Office, starting at full valuation when the entire project comes on. So it would be what they were paying at that date. What the developer is asking for is a guaranteed and certain increase in the years that would be reassessment years, which is every 2 years, at the 1.5%. So they start at full value, and then there is just, if everything goes up 6%, they're going to go up 1.5%. They were asking for certainty within that. If something goes down, they still owe the 1.5%. The tax credit from SB3, if it applies, does not apply to them. They continue to have to pay the full valuation.
Okay, and that does answer that. As far as I think tied to valuation, this one here is fixed, and if it does go up, that would benefit the developer. If it goes down, which I would hope we would never put money on anything we're doing in the city going down in value over time. As far as like the real, I guess, you know, we have the taxes otherwise due, the pilot's paid, and then the net tax, I'll say loss for a better term, that we're giving up for this development. I think it is imperative for the city in transparency. Do you have that number? What would be the difference? And I know that encompasses Raymore School District and a lot of things, but.
Yeah, let me grab my binder.
Okay.
I believe we do. So that would have been in the cost benefit analysis. Let's see if we have that page in there. Of course, mine printed massive. Okay. So it would have been. We do not have, we did not run a projected apartment build, no abatement. And I will tell you the reason why that was done. Because we typically we only know the current value, and then we have to estimate the increase, right? And so at the time we did this, that was our estimated increase, was the pilot. As Mr. Fearborn said, we tried to project out what the pilot would be with that the biannual increase. And so our projections would have shown that they were equal, because that's what we set the pilot to mirror. Now, of course, reality is going to be different. It's not going to be 1.5 every 2 years, but we don't have a way to estimate that other than what we did for the pilots, if that makes sense.
Kind of, I mean, but we do know it's 1.5 locked in. I mean, they are a constant
Correct.
rate. So the value, I mean, it's not even, valuation doesn't matter every 2 years. They're locked in the 1.5 of whatever they're paying. I guess there's the valuation comes into play, 1.5% of the evaluation every 2 years. So to keep it short though, I mean, I'm from my math, and pardon me, I'm not a math major exactly, but I'm getting somewhere around 3.1 to 3.4 million as the net tax loss on this project, which compared to the other two that we did Chapter 100 on equals the other two. So it's significant at 56 million. It is a big project with a lot of abatement tied to it. The venue, and maybe Mr. Fearborn, when my restart, that was a 100% pilot on the venue, so they're paying the equal tax rate throughout the term of that project, correct?
We would know with this particular one, we would know after the fact. For instance, if the assessed valuation in 2 years were to go up 4%, the loss would be the difference between the 1.5%, and it's not a loss, it's what they're paying for the development, but the difference would be the 4% compared to the 1.5%. And again, if SB3 goes through, then everything's out the door because we have no idea what's going to happen there.
And does SB3, I mean, that's a good point, I guess not directly, but how would that risk us passing this with Chapter 100 financing and the pilot?
SB3, because it's considered a commercial property that Chapter 100 can apply to, SB3, they still have to pay the full luck.
Yeah, so essentially we are locking them in, and they bear the risk of SB3 going into effect and having the opportunity to pay less taxes if not for this.
Okay. Anything else? Mr. Circo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When it says this mixed commercial development, I know we've talked before about commercial development. I'm not sure if we're into that right now or it's going to come at a later date. But I know I've asked that question before, as I'm always into development of commercialism, whatever it is, retail, bring taxes to the community and to the city. Do we have any idea, maybe a 20%, 30, what we think might be on the commercial side development coming into this area?
So, okay, so I will kind of address two aspects here. Right now we're talking about the apartment portion. And so it is a commercial project because it's owned by one entity that leases it out in a commercial business, right? So that's why it's eligible for Chapter 100. We will talk about the retail component, the next item on the agenda. And so I think that is maybe a more appropriate time. The developers, I'm sure, have a better idea of what will be developed.
That's what I want to make sure of.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Okay, and the developers are here if there's any questions, or I don't know if they have a presentation on multifamily. Okay, just for questions, it sounds like.
Okay. Ben, did you want, have anything to state, or if anybody has any questions?
Yeah, we can speak to the retail question on the next item on the agenda. I was gonna walk up there and say we're available for questions.
Okay, all right, thank you, sir. Anyone else have any questions? All right, does staff have anything else on this particular item?
I think that concludes our staff report.
All right. Okay, so I would entertain a motion at this time to dispose of Bill 3992.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Abdelgawad,
I move that we approve Bill 3992, Timber Trails Iconic Chapter 100 Multifamily Phase.
thank you, ma'am. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Holman. Motion's been made and seconded to approve the first reading of Bill 3992. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion? 5 yes, opposed? 2 no. Motion carries 5-2. Thank you. Could I please have the first reading of Bill 3993 by title only?
The first reading of Bill 3993 by title only. An ordinance of the City of Raymore, Missouri authorizing the taxable industrial development revenue bonds, Timber Trails Retail Project Series 2025 related to an industrial development project in the city and authorizing the city to enter into certain agreements and take certain other actions.
Thank you, ma'am. Staff report?
Thank you, sir. I would ask Ms. Lee to begin the staff report on this agenda item.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. As Ms. Granath also alluded to, like, this project does have multiple phases, and so we are now referring to the retail mixed-use commercial development part of the project. And so the second request before you this evening is the approval of Chapter 100 bonds for Timber Trails, now known as Iconic, mixed-use commercial development. Similarly to the multifamily phase, the development agreement that allowed for the Chapter 100 bonds was approved in 2023. And I will invite Ms. Granath back up to the podium for an additional report.
Thank you.
Good evening. So again, this is phase 2 or part 2 of the 2023 plan. This is the retail portion, and the developer proposes approximately 13,560 square feet of multi-tenant retail and parking, obviously. And so this bond approval would implement tax abatement on this retail portion as outlined in the plan. The bond amount for this portion is $3,675,000. And the abatement schedule that was in the plan and is before you tonight with the bonds is that in 2026, the developer would pay the taxes otherwise due. That would be the same in 2027 if construction is still ongoing. They would pay that amount that was the same as 2026, just holding that over for the year. Again, 25 years of abatement starts no later than 2028. It is 25% abatement with the opportunity to receive enhanced abatement given certain benchmarks. And so here's what those benchmarks are. They would be reviewed on an annual basis. So just because they're hit one year does not mean that it carries on for the rest of the abatement. It would only apply for any year in which they hit this benchmark. At this point, there's kind of a lot of words and more calculations in the development agreement, but I'm gonna simplify it because there's no hotel component yet that could have a restaurant. If and when a hotel with a restaurant comes into play, the numbers, they kind of have a different option to meet this enhanced abatement, but that doesn't apply yet, so I'm gonna try to keep it as streamlined as possible. We can go into those details if you'd like. So the two options, as I mentioned, 25% abatement is the standard, just blanket abatement here. If 50% of the retail space, the leasable space, is leased to a sales tax generator, the developer is eligible to receive 35% abatement in that year. So from 25 to 35%. If 75% of that retail leasable space is leased to a sales tax generator, the abatement level goes up to 50% for that year. Now, what is a sales tax generator? That was also negotiated at the time of the development agreement, and that is any entity that is bringing in $300 per square foot of taxable sales is what that is. And then So those are the abatement terms, and like the other Chapter 100s, they're eligible for a sales tax exemption on construction materials. I will turn it over to the developer or the attorney to speak about plans for the retail space, but I'm also happy to answer any questions on the abatement scheme now or later, however we'd like to do that.
Okay, does anybody have any questions right now, sir? Mr. Baker?
When you say $300 per square foot of taxable, is that $300 per square foot per day?
Month, I believe.
Per month, okay.
And that's obviously the idea there would be, I'm gonna pick an easy one because I feel like they're kind of everywhere, and not to hate on them, but dentist offices, right? Great tenant, pays rent, not a sales tax generator, not necessarily what the city is looking to incentivize, right? So that's kind of how we, you're looking for retail sales to help the sales tax of the city. And so that's where that requirement comes from, to gain additional abatement.
Anyone else? Okay,
Okay, turn it
Thank
over to
you.
the developer.
all right.
Just introducing myself formally. Thanks everybody for your time, council. My name is Ben Bigham. I'm the attorney for the applicant from I'm from Polsinelli Law Firm, here on behalf of the applicant, Griffin Riley. We had a couple questions related to the proposed tenant mix. I'm gonna let Matt Tapp speak to that a little bit. He's gonna give you an update on kind of where they're at with leasing.
Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Matt Tapp, Griffin Riley Property Group, 21 Southeast 29th Terrace, Lee Summit, Missouri, 64082. A lot of great questions, and we're super excited. This project has kicked off. We've begun mass grading site work as well as utility work. We're hopeful that we'll go vertical before long. In terms of the timing of the retail, I know I talked to a number of you across the years, and the number one thing I always say, Mr. Mayor, retail follows rooftops, not the other way around. So the timing of the retail is the timing of our apartments, and also in turn, all the different rooftops occurring in that area. So as we talk to brokers and tenant reps of pretty esteemed retailers and restaurants, they want to see action happen on our site as well as the area, because they follow that. They're not usually the ones to trailblaze. In terms of the hotel site, as we get activity moving on our apartments and the retail, we started talking to a couple hotel developer groups, and we've had more interest here in the last couple of months. So we're really excited for that. We're hopeful 2026 will breed some success there and bring some much needed hotel rooms to Raymore. Again, happy to answer any questions that folks may have on the retail, but that's our general time frame.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Ben, did you have anything else? No? Anybody have any questions about either one of these individuals? Mr. Circo?
Hey, Matt, just a question for you. We've talked before, way back when we understand the rooftops bring the business.
Yes,
Of
sir.
course, that's normally the case. I think out in Lee Summit on Pryor and 470, it was the reverse. They brought in more business, and then they brought the rooftops in behind them. But how much is a percentage you think you might develop of retail eventually bringing into that area?
Yes, council members. So the plan right now is one continuous multi-tenant retail building, and the timing of that will coincide with the opening of the beginning part of our apartments. So, and on the streets of West Pryor, they had a huge number of rooftops as part of the retail as well. So that's what's really drew in those users. So we're hopeful we can attract the similar users as we can on that site. And like I said, the hotel will swiftly follow as well.
Okay.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Mills?
This question is probably more for staff, but how many other small retail strip centers have we done a Chapter 100 on in the city that's just per strip center?
The other commercial strips that have an incentive would be Raymore Galleria.
But that was part of a large
Right.
retail. We've not done anything, just a straight small strip center, Chapter 100.
Right, and this is included as a phase within all of Timber Trails as well, so it's not necessarily a standalone retail strip.
Yeah, but it's still a separate Chapter 100, so it is a standalone. We're voting on it individually, and so it could set a precedent for other small retail establishments.
We do have, so 58 Highway, where the jewelry store is,
Right.
et cetera, that's actually not a Chapter 100, but it was a full TIF.
Okay. As you know, TIFs are pretty much out the door now. All right. Anybody else have any questions? Yeah, Sarah?
I just wanted to add on the separate Chapter 100 item. So the separate bond issuances are under Gilmore and Bell's guidance because there are separate abatement terms for each project. I know the city is looking at this, city staff at least is looking at this as an overall development. Every piece is critical to, I know the initial decision to begin negotiations and development agreement. We recommended that just given the separate abatement terms and the fact that separate special purpose entities will own each portion, it's easier from, I would say, an ongoing administrative front and from our perspective to have them operate as separate bond issuances under the same plan. So I just wanted to highlight that that's why they're coming separate, even though they're at the same time and they're under one large plan.
Thank you.
But they are separate entities that are going to lease each one of these.
Yes, so, and that's very typical, like each of the Raymore Commerce Center buildings are owned by a separate entity under a large entity. So Griffin Riley is the overall developer. They create special purpose entities for each bond issuance, yes.
Thank you. Anyone else have any questions? If there are no further questions, I'd entertain a motion to dispose of this item.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Abdelgawad?
I move that we approve Bill 3993, Timber Trails Iconic Chapter 100 for the retail phase.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there a second?
Yes, sir, I'll second the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Holman. Motion's been made and seconded to approve the first reading of Bill 3993. Any further discussion? Mr. Baker?
I do concur with Councilman Mills that this could set a precedent. I think in the heart of Chapter 100 financing, back when it started, it was warehouses, it was large structures, it was things that now we've morphed into adding into apartment complexes and now to the small retail level. And I just think that when you start doing this, things tend to continue. And even the property to the east of the property we're talking about right now, is for sale. That could be a strip mall between this property and the duplexes being built. And if someone came in and said, you did Chapter 100 there, I want it for my strip mall here, would we be setting a precedent? And I just think when you get down to the retail level, that's just getting to the point of I can't support that. Chapter 100 financing, in my mind, is bigger projects that bring in potentially more tax revenue. And a strip mall and these abatements on the strip mall, we don't know in 25 years if that strip mall will exist, or what tenants will be here, or even what condition it would be in 25 years. We are looking out into the future of something that you look at some of the businesses that have been here 25 years. Are they viable, and is that the abatement we want to give up now and spend our taxpayer citizen money to get that in there? So for that reason, I can't support the level of retail malls falling into the Chapter 100 venue of what we're doing. So thank
All
you.
right. Thank you. Mr. Holman?
I can respect Mr. Baker's opinion. I would state that the entire municipal tax financing industry has changed dramatically. You stated yourself, it used to be TIFs, and that's changed now to where most entities are pursuing Chapter 100 bonds, probably because of a lot of the state legislature changes as well. Because we didn't actually start out with warehouses. We started out with the retail stuff up there around
Galleria,
Lowe's and,
yep.
and Sam's and those kinds of places and all around there. They just, neither of those sites developed, but they were going to have smaller individual strip malls in there that would have come under that same type of financing incentives. And also, we never know if a business is going to last for 25 years. Blockbuster used to be in Belton. It's not there anymore. But the building remains, and typically it's taken over by other tenants.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Burke?
Is it all right if I ask Councilman Baker to explain? You said that this project was too small to support, but the other project that we just voted on was a large project with a lot of money, and you didn't support that either. So why doesn't that also help you make that same determination using the same criteria? I don't
I'll be more than
understand
happy.
your reasoning for either one of them now.
I'll be more than happy to answer that. I'm using the venue as my template that we used 100% pilot payback on that, so that, we're given a lot of incentives. I don't agree it's a $56 million project, especially apartments. You can point out apartments that were built or places that were built in Raymore 25 years ago. What is the condition today of those? And I think we could easily see that, and we could debate that up here. But when you talk about $56 million Chapter 100 thing, at a bare minimum for this, we are giving the developer a huge break in abatement. I mean, this will be the single largest residential abatement project we're doing in the city. And I would think that at that point, hey, we're giving you all this abatement on an apartment complex, potentially a hotel, if that comes in front of us. The strip mall, I think it's asking too much. That's not what Chapter 100 financing was originally brought through the Missouri legislature many years ago to do. I think cities are using more and more, and the discretion or the cone of opportunity is getting bigger for Chapter 100. But, I mean, this is taxpayer money that we're deciding upon tonight.
Wait. This is no taxpayer money involved in this process. How are you saying taxpayer money is
Well,
involved?
it's property tax abatement. So, I mean, at that point, it's
My
money
tax, none of my tax dollar is going to this project. And I think that's the misrepresentation that occurs from time to time when someone is against these incentives, is that there's somehow tax money involved in it. That land over there right now is producing a very low amount of taxable income for the services of the city. The project itself is still going to produce a tremendous amount of income for services that provide services to the school district, the city, the fire district. Still going to get additional income off of what it exists now, and we're providing rooftops that'll potentially attract other commercial opportunities. So I think that's misrepresentation when you say there's tax dollars there.
Well, I mean, in the sense of, we rely upon property tax dollars to help fund our activities in the city. Is that not true?
Yes.
Okay, so then when we have less of those coming in, it's ultimately a gamble what we're looking at here. By building this project, are we gonna get enough return and ROI to pay off what we're offsetting to get the project? Now, I get your point on that, but like when our pull factor is 0.74, which it currently is, more money's leaving Raymore than coming in. So as we build these projects, we are really hedging that we're gonna get good tax revenue businesses because of this thing coming in here. But right now, we're not. At a 0.74 pull factor, more money is leaving Raymore than coming in right now.
Well, I think this is an opportunity for us to reverse that.
It's an opportunity or a gamble. I mean, I just think the smaller part's something that, it's my opinion, it's opinions that people have called me, the constituents, the will of my constituents have called me on both these issues ever since they were announced. And we've been talking about this for months, all the way back to 2023. So, I mean, I respect your opinion on that, but I think from my standpoint, we've got to look at ultimately the transparency of what are we giving up as far as tax revenue to pay for city services to get this in here, and will it pay itself off over time? And that's what I mean by that.
All right. Mr. Burke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I ask city staff, how much taxes did we get from that property this year? More than 10,000, 15,000, 20? Any guesses? I mean,
Ms. Granite,
it
that
can't
should be at the
much.
top of your chart. isn't it?
Thank you. All right.
Did you wish to respond to that?
Which
Fair
part
one.
did you respond to?
But as agricultural
sorry.
is
Yeah,
what I'm
so
saying.
It would be in here. I believe that the multifamily portion was, sorry, just a second. I have a lot of papers here. It is the taxes otherwise due. Okay, so let's see, which one is this? This is the retail portion. This year is $590. And the multifamily is, sorry. $1,104. So about $1,700 total from
I
those two.
appreciate you looking that up. Thank you.
Mr. Mills, any more comments?
Yeah, in reality, Mr. Mayor, and when we're talking about the large project and the apartments, and it is an impact on property tax owners that live here in the city of Raymore, because if you're talking about putting in 300 apartments and you've got people living there, all of those people are generating additional usage of our roads, our schools, additional not tax, but taxing onto our police departments, other city services, things like that. And if the revenues that are generated from these pilots are not offsetting that, again, it's residents that are paying property taxes are helping to subsidize that Chapter 100 if it is not producing enough retail or enough additional revenue to offset the additional services. I mean, we just recently had to do a law enforcement sales tax, to help hire more officers, which we desperately needed. Again, you continue to public finance apartments that are bringing in people that are not paying property tax.
We are not financing it.
Well, you're making.
We're issuing bonds that are being paid by the developer.
But
it is offsetting.
We're not getting 100% of the tax
but we're
revenue
still
that we
getting
would get.
a significant income, not only on the property tax itself, but on the taxes the individuals who live there will pay, the shopping that they do here, the sales tax they generate. There's a lot of opportunity there for those individuals to provide sustenance to the city for the services that our city does provide.
Well, right now, a lot of that money that people are spending is outside of this city. And so I am not convinced that apartments are going to be a net profit for us when we actually stop and look at the services that we're going to provide, the cost of those services, and are what those services going to impact other citizens right now. So it's just
part of the
it's
process.
if we had a perfect crystal ball, it'd be easy to make that decision. But there's two sides of the coin, and you go with this side or that side. But I think both sides are very viable, and I think are a concern to the property owners here that live in the city of Raymore, especially Ward 1. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Mr. Holman, did you have something? Mrs. Belgrad.
Just a couple of points, comments based on some of the conversation. I think it would be hard to expect our citizens to increase the amount of money that they're spending in Raymore, which is one of our goals, if we don't offer them any other opportunities or any new opportunities to spend their money here. So offering additional retail is going to give people additional opportunities to spend their money in Raymore. And over the many years that I've been on the council, and we've had several community conversations, and every year we do a survey of the citizens, and over, fellow council members who've been here for a while, we hear we want more retail, we want diversity in our housing, and this project is bringing both of those. So that would be the main reason why I'm in favor of it. Additionally, Mr. Burke's point, this isn't costing us any money. We're not financing anything. We are definitely going to gain income from this, even though we aren't gaining every penny that we could possibly be getting from this development. And then finally, my final point, we don't have opportunities coming to the city, and we're not the only city, but we don't have opportunities for development coming to the city without any kind of incentive. This is how development happens. If we aren't willing to offer some sort of incentive, we're just gonna sit with these empty properties making $500 a year on taxes until the end of time. This is how development happens here. It's how development happens everywhere right now. So we can have empty properties, $500, or we can give an incentive and bring great things, bring new people, bring new opportunities to the city of Raymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Barber?
Yeah, I might as well jump in on this. I agree with that totally. We have to have the development, the folks here in Raymore. Now, my office is here in Raymore. I see people every day. There are more and more people staying in Raymore, spending their money. If you don't believe that, drive down 58 at noon or 1 o'clock. So, and then I want to address the 25 years ago in Raymore. Our development standards today are nothing like they were 25 years ago. I don't know that we had much 25 years ago, but we have tremendous development standards that we use today, and it keeps those properties like that, keeps them all one owner properties. They're not all broken up like we've seen down at different places in Raymore, and our gamble will be better in 25 years that we're going to see those properties flourish and different businesses will be in there maybe, or the same ones.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mills?
Question, I guess this could be for staff. Am I confused that this does not go as part of our debt service for the city, and we pay debt service based on these bonds?
It is absolutely not part of the debt service of the city, sir. The
Okay.
bonds are the responsibility of the developer.
And what if the developer doesn't defaults on the bond?
Then the developer has defaulted on the bonds.
And what impact does that have on us?
None. That's spelled out in the development agreement and the bond indenture.
But the apartments are still here, and we're still not receiving the payments in lieu of taxes because they, they defaulted. But we still have the people that are putting the additional drain on the city services, and we're not receiving any income now if they default on that, correct?
I will not speak to the opinion. I was asked the question about defaulting on the bonds, sir.
Well, I mean, that would be
Certainly,
correct. If they
we always-
defaulted,
we
the
always
apartments don't go away, correct?
Can I answer the question?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. We always run the risk of a developer possibly defaulting. They have as much invested in this between them and their investments. We have also, you will note, required that they provide guarantees separately for both the retail and the residential associated with this to try to safeguard against that possibility.
Right, but answer my question, sir. If they default on the bonds, the apartments do not go away. We still have 300 people living in those apartments. We still have to provide city services to the people living in those apartments. Is that correct?
The apartments would be there. If they default on the bonds, somebody's going to have to take over those bonds for them, though. The bank is going to insist on that. The bank would take over the debt.
But the payment in lieu of taxes, all that could be renegotiated in that situation. Anytime a debt is taken over, that's part of the negotiation of taking over the debt.
Yeah.
Karen,
Oh,
she's up. Thank you.
yeah. So, Mr. Fearborn's absolutely correct that if the city is not on the hook for this, if the developer were to default on the bonds, because they are both the purchaser and the one receiving the payments as the structure goes, to provide the abatement, the actual remedy for that is that the Chapter 100 incentive goes away. So the city has the right unilaterally to transfer the property back to the developer, which, because it's no longer in city ownership, puts it back on the tax rolls at 100%, whatever the assessor values it at, and those become tax liens if they don't pay the tax liens. The building is absolutely there. People are still living there. It's an asset in your community. Honestly, I don't want the developer to fail, but that's almost best case scenario for the city if you're against abatement, is that the project gets built and then it gets put on the tax rolls 100%, right? So that's the outcome if the developer doesn't pay on the bonds. Well, they would have a lender that would.
Anyone else? There's no further discussion on the issue. All those in favor of the motion? 5 yes. Any noes? 2 noes. Motion carries 5-2. Thank you. Could I please have the reading of Resolution 2554 by title only?
The reading of Resolution 2554 by title only. A resolution of the City of Raymore, Missouri, approving 1-year extension of the preliminary plat for the Saddlebrook preliminary plat.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there a staff report?
Thank you, sir. I would ask Mr. Gress to address this agenda item.
Thank you, sir. Mayor and Council, the resolution before you this evening is a request made by the developer of the Saddlebrook subdivision, Rick Corbel, and his engineer, Sean Duke. As the council may remember, on December 11th of 2023, you all approved the Saddlebrook preliminary plat, which is approximately 172 single-family lots east of the Stonegate subdivision, north of Hubach Hill Road. The Unified Development Code, and I provided the code section there that triggered this item this evening, provides that after a preliminary plat is approved, an applicant has 1 year to file the final plat application with the City Council. Otherwise, the preliminary plat expires as null and void. The other option is that if they have a final plat approved, that gives them an additional 2 years that they have to essentially bring forward another phase of development, or the preliminary plat expires. The first final plat by the City Council was in 2023, which is the work that's ongoing in the subdivision to date. As Mr. Salisbury mentioned, that's one of the projects that's kind of nearing completion to be accepted, which means they'll be able to start building homes in that development. The 2 years, though, after the final plat was approved would have been December 11th of this year, just a couple of weeks ago. So the UDC would require that if no further development has happened by that time, or the applicant hasn't submitted a request to the council to keep the preliminary plat valid, the preliminary plat expires as if no development occurred. So in your packet, you'll see we worked with the applicant. They submitted their request on December 4th to ask for a 1-year extension by the City Council. The applicant's here to answer any questions. As you know, the first plat is nearing completion, and they're actively working on plans to submit to staff here probably first couple months of next year for the second plat. And so staff feels with the progress that has been made, there's been no substantial changes to the plat overall. It's a reasonable request by the applicant to keep it valid for 1 year while they work towards submitting the second plat per review. So if approved tonight, the applicant would get a 1-year extension, provided they don't file a final plat in that time frame, in which case they would get an additional 2 years based on the UDC. So a lot of time frames, a lot of code requirements. That being said, staff does recommend approval of it. The applicant is here this evening if the council has any questions about the project.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of staff at this time? Does the applicant have anything they wish to add at this time? Good. Okay, all right, sir. Any questions of staff or the property owner and developer? If there's nothing, I'd entertain a motion to dispose of this item.
Mr. Mayor,
Mrs. Belgawad?
I move that we approve Resolution 25-54, the Saddlebrook preliminary plat extension.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Holman. Motion's been made and seconded to approve Resolution 2554. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion? Motion carries unanimously, 7-0. Thank you. And the last item under new business, could I please have the first reading of Bill 4006 by title only?
The first reading of Bill 4006 by title only. An ordinance of the City of Raymore, Missouri, amending provisions of Chapter 130 of the Raymore Code of Ordinances to adjust the operation and management of the municipal court.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there a staff report?
Thank you, sir. I'd ask Mr. Zur to make a staff report on this agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Fairborn. Mayor, members of the council, before you this evening is Bill 4006. For the last 2 years, the Office of the State Courts Administrator Municipal Review Unit has conducted an audit of the Raymore Municipal Court policies, procedures, operations, and administration. Each of those 2 reviews have resulted in some alterations and some adjustments to the Raymore Code of Ordinances. You may recall a couple of months ago, we had the first go-around with prior changes. The current proposed changes, based upon the results of the audit, which were provided a couple of weeks ago, had 2 proposed changes. They were changes to Section 130.080 and Section 130.280. Section changes for 080 would include changing from 10 days to 15 days for the municipal judge to provide his monthly municipal division summary report, and 15 days for the payment of all fines collected during the preceding months not previously paid. The other change would be Section 130.280, and that was going to alter the way that the judge appoints a replacement judge or a special judge in the event of the judge's sickness, absence, or disqualification. So our current municipal judge would previously be able to appoint a special judge. In the past, they have done that when there's been a conflict of interest between them or when our municipal judge isn't able to be present. Now it will be required to go to the presiding judge for Cass County in order to make that designation. That's what you have before you this evening. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. That would conclude my staff report.
Thank you, sir. Any questions of Mr. Zur? Seeing none pop up, I'll entertain a motion to dispose of this item.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Abdel-Gawad.
I move that we approve Bill 4006, Amendment to Chapter 130 of the Raymore City Code.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there a second?
Yes, sir, I will second the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Holman. Motion's been made and seconded to approve the first reading of Bill 4006. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion? Motion carries unanimously, 7-0. Thank you. We'll now move on to the public comment section of the agenda. If anyone from the public care to address the council on anything this evening, they can step forward and state your name and address for the record and keep your comments to 5 minutes or less. All righty. Don't see anybody coming forward, so we'll close the public comment section and I'll move on to the mayor-council communication. Ms. Abdel-Gawad, you want to start out tonight?
Thank you, sir. I'll just start with a couple of things. First, just a huge congratulations to our Raymore Public Works staff on their reaccreditation. I thought it was really impressive, the statement that less than 1% of public works departments across the state received this accreditation. And impressive also that we received it with full compliance and 2 model practices. So kudos to our public works leadership and their staff. And then finally, just a personal note, I am happy to see that some of the more contentious items that we discussed this evening will be able to move forward, despite some maybe not full understanding of fellow council members on the topics. And I'm excited to see that Raymore will continue to develop, move forward, and grow just as our citizens have asked us to do. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Holman.
Just Merry Christmas to everyone. I don't have anything else, sir. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. Mr. Barber.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, Mr. Salisbury, congratulations to you and your staff and for your re-accreditation. And again, I'm just going to echo Abdel-Gawad's words at 1%. That's pretty awesome, and it shows. You can tell it with our city and what you do for the streets and curbs and all that. It does show. And then I'd like to wish everybody a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, have a safe and Happy New Year. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Burke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I watched the show Santa Claus is Coming to Town the other day, the classic Rankin and Bass, you know, with the puppets. And I noticed that all the bad people in the show were lawmakers and police. But I did notice it came out in 1970, so that might have been some politics there. But anyway, I just thought that was funny. The other thing I wanted to say congratulations to my son. He's now a veteran. He got his paperwork in the mail today from the Veterans Administration, and he went in to basic training during COVID. He sat in a barracks for 2 or 3 weeks and did nothing while they waited to see how many of them were sick. We didn't see any of his graduations. We didn't see any of his AIT stuff. So that was 1 year we didn't see him. And then in 2024, he was deployed to the border for a year. So on his contract, he's not allowed to leave Missouri. He has to be a resident of Missouri, but he wasn't allowed to be in Missouri for most of that year. So we welcomed him back about a year ago from the border. And hopefully he will take all those things. And man, I said, dude, if you ever, 10 years from now, you want to run for office, wow, look at your resume already. So I'm very proud of him.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Circo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, when it comes to veterans, you know, Nathan, your son, graduation, awesome job. We really, I know you're very proud of him. I'm proud of him as an Army veteran. I'm proud of anyone in the military. Mr. Burke, your son, now veteran, graduated, what, 4 years, 3 or 4 years? Appreciate that. Congrats to him. Anything comes with the veterans, I know the mayor too, we're very excited about that stuff. You know, it's really great that our country has our veterans and our active military. Mr. Salisbury, you and your staff, you've earned the right to have, we got the accreditation, you and your staff, great job doing that. We appreciate all that. Don't want to make it long, do want to wish everybody a very Merry Christmas. That's a fine time when we can all gather together as a nation, as a country, and celebrate the birth of Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior. So it's his birthday. Merry Christmas all, and congratulations to our staff and what we're doing.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mills.
Again, I just wish everybody a Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year, and keep safe and enjoy your family, and look forward to seeing everybody after the first of the year.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Baker.
Thank you. First, congratulations to Trent. I think the accreditation is a very good thing. I think something that really stands out is the 2 model practices. Whenever you have what you do in a city or what you do here and people look at it and potentially emulate it, that is like the ultimate sign of what you're doing is right. So I think hearing those, I'd like to hear what they are eventually down the road, because to me, that's a high compliment from everything that was said. Lastly, I just want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and a happy and safe New Year, and look forward to hitting the ground running as we come back on January 5th. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I would also echo congrats to Public Works. I know how much work that is. I've been involved with the accreditation process with law enforcement, so I know how tedious it is to hit every standard in there and then actually be able to enhance one of those or 2 of those standards to where you guys exceed or create a model standard. So it's kudos to you. I'm not sure anybody really realizes how much work that is. So I appreciate what you've done and what you've brought to the Public Works Department. So thank you, Trent. Merry Christmas to everybody. Have a happy New Year. Have a safe, happy New Year. And make sure you tell your son, Mr. Mustine, how proud we are of him. I know when you told me the other day when you sent me a text that he'd graduated with pictures there that you provided and shared as a former Navy vet and graduate of the same boot camp. I was really proud to see that, and good luck to him down in Meridian, Mississippi at his A school training. So with that, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Delgado.
I move that we adjourn tonight's meeting.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there a second?
I will second the motion, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Holman. All those in favor of adjournment? We are adjourned unanimously, 7-0. Thank you.